Alright. Alright. Okay. Hello, hello. Hmm. Hello, hello. Stream is not on my channel yet. There it is. Okay. Very cool. Everything seems to be working. Just need to get an instance of my chat. Alright. Alright. Okay, very cool. A bit smaller. Okay. Alright, alright. Cool. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, well. See if we can't get Some more people in here or something. Here we go. All right. Okay. Just making a couple announcements in Discord. Okay. All right. Great. Okay, we'll get started soon. Just posting the stream around just a bit. Hopefully someone will respond in this one Discord when we post it, and just don't want to break any rules in it. Hopefully the mic quality won't sound as bad since I'm not speaking as quietly this time. Alright, hopefully the music is also a little quieter now as well. Wasn't very good audio mixing on my part last stream. Hello, welcome to the stream. See a couple people joining in. Hello, darling. Assume that's Diamond. Alright. It's going alright. Haven't started in this stream yet, but I don't know, I think now's a good time as any to start. Alright, haven't really thought about what to work on exactly yet, but we should have a working plugin as of right now with the hello, we are working on my prison core and recoding it. Last stream we got all of the basics set up. Before the stream last time, I had all the build.gradle and plugin OML and config already set up, just basic stuff. But we actually did all the code for all the basics in the last stream. Hit the main class here, got all of our logging, on enable, on disable, got a couple of reload stuff, the config. We got some modules here, we got common. Yeah. Got the common module to access our main class stuff from other modules. Mini message support here. Because it's a lot easier to work on big projects when they're modularized. Especially, in my opinion, I think Gradle is much easier than Maven. And then our log class here, all the methods, level. We have a method to get a stat trace from a throwable using as a string. Well, it can be used for a variety of things. There's plenty of Minecraft plugins that have different modules to separate when they're using version specific code. They split it into modules so that they can support multiple versions. Hey, thank you. Welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm not sure what to work on at the moment. Well, we can do, I'm not sure. It's kind of a big project, and I've got a lot of progress on the other GitHub repo branch. I could work on a pickaxe. Yeah, we could do that. So trying to decide exactly how I want to yeah, the plugin should have packet mines at some point. I myself don't exactly know how to do all that packet stuff yet, but hopefully we can learn together as we stream. Yeah, so let's see. I'm still trying to decide how I want to structure the project exactly. I think we're definitely gonna have modules for, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, many people have done packets and NMS stuff. I'm using paperweight, so it has simpler NMS stuff and methods in it. So yeah, I'm still trying to decide how I want to structure everything. The pickaxe, it might be a little complicated. If we're doing package stuff, we have to have it support all that, all the fake blocks and stuff, but I'm not sure. I suppose we can work on, it's kind of tricky like where to start, because if you work on the pickaxe first, you might have to go change some things when, say, you add like enchants and all that. And the package stuff, obviously. I'm gonna go over my current code from the old before I started recording. And the old code is all on GitHub right now. github.com/astraprison/astraprison. So you guys can check that out if you want. There's not too much there right now, just some stuff. Like we have Omni-tool, mines, explosive armor modules, but code with new view. I'm not sure what you mean by that. So I'll take a look at this Omni-tool stuff real quick and see exactly what we should do to start off with. You know, I suppose we do have a little more basics to go over, or like setup to go over what we can do. Mostly setting up submodules and all that. I think we might do that. Common has... I'm not sure. I think I'll just stick with the live stream for now. I'll look into that a little later though. Modules. Okay, yeah. So I think we could do some common module stuff in here to get some module code going. And we'll do a abstract class for this. So this should have, I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna store modules in a map. The string ID. So we can get them from that ID in other modules if we need it. And we'll have, yeah, I think we'll just do that. It'll probably be the best course of action. Okay. Okay. What's the ID we want? Oh, I don't ever use long buck. In my opinion. I kind of like typing most things out myself, to be honest. It's just, I don't know. It's kind of weird for me to rely on something that does something like making a getter. Like, you can just type it out really quick. It's not that difficult, in my opinion. It's just kind of like a not so necessary tool in my vision. All right. Well, thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Cleaner is very relative perspective, in my opinion. Create your own enchant feature. Yeah. We'll probably have something for that, like in a YML file, enchant, stuff like that. But if you go too advanced with it, it can get really complicated. And a lot of people, and that can be seen with Ed Prison, if you guys know what that plugin is. It's not a terrible core, but after he introduced creating your own enchants in a YML file, it, in my opinion, kind of made everything a lot more complicated, especially for configuration and people or server owners who don't actually know YML that much. Yeah, a lot of people in the Discord have trouble making enchants even with the YML system. Are you talking about a folder with like enchant jar files that people can make, and then the plugin will load those jar files? Because I've seen that done before, and it's not a bad idea, but it's also a bit more complex. There's also you can just make like a plugin, and instead of putting it in like a subfolder of the Astra plugin folder, they just put it like a normal plugin and hook in. I'll have to look into that. I've never done any jar loading myself, or like other code parsing and all that. Yeah. If we're gonna, honestly, in my opinion, if we're gonna go with like coding your own enchants, we could just do that through the API and have people make their own plugins that hook into the API, and that way they can add as many enchants as they want through that. Many plugins do that as well. So here we have the basic module setup, and we'll have a map to store all the modules. Putting on scripting. Yeah. Well, sure, it will be open source, so you know, why bother? But still, it's like, I don't know, maybe some people don't want to make their own version of the plugin. You know, they don't want to have to. Maybe they want to add on to it, not change the existing code. Yeah, I've seen lots of different things that have scripting, like chat control red. I think they have their own kind of language that you can use for files like chat rules and all that. YagPDB, the Discord bot, they have their own sort of scripting language for custom commands. Yeah, I'm sure that is a possibility. I don't really mind, to be honest. Because you know, there's definitely gonna be a few people that are dishonest like that, and you know, it happens all the time. You have, even with premium plugins, people sell it, they redistribute it. You know, they even decompile it and reconstruct it, make their own version of it. You know, it happens all the time. There's not really much you can do about it, really, and that's kind of why I just went with the open source route. Like, you know, why try and protect your code that much? And like, there's, you know. Yeah, Ed Prison has its own sort of thing, but it's still like in, it's still in a YML file using like string lists and all that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really like how. No, I would beg to differ, Core Prison. Sure, it might be better than, you know, it is a little better than Ed Prison. I'll give them their credit, but I personally, I do not like Abyss and all their projects. And I've seen Coral Source. I recently, just the other day, got someone asked me to hook into it, and or not hook into it, but modify the source code for it. And it's, yeah, the owners are real scummy, but you know, that's just hearsay, rumor, opinionated statement. Because if we say something about them, then they'll stick your manager on you and say that you're slandering them. So, you know, can't say anything factual, you know. Trust me, I've had it happen to me before. They've one of their managers DM'd me saying I'm slandering them, even though it's all opinionated. But you know, whatever. Yeah, I would agree if they had more honest people behind it. If it wasn't more expensive than Photoshop as well. It's kind of crazy. Their subscription models were more expensive at one point, I think. Regardless of my feelings about it, if you want to use Core Prison, go for it. It's just, I know there's some issues with it. Yeah, I know. I've been in the loop of most of their scummy things. Ed and I have even talked about some things that happened with them. Yeah. I mean, I've had I used to be a customer of theirs a long time ago with some of their more cheaper products, like $10 plugins, and they claim that my bad experiences with them was just because of one manager or person, but um, they've done a lot of stuff recently. They were under fire because they did a bunch of false charges on their customers' cards and all that, which is pretty illegal, I'm pretty sure. Eon. I know Eon. He's in Ed Perlin's Discord himself, isn't he? Eon's an interesting person. The customers, I don't know. I don't know what happened with the customers themselves, but I only heard that someone charged them. Uh, and I've seen Core Person's code. It's not terrible, but it's nothing to write home about. Um, and I wouldn't say mine is any better or worse, to be honest. You know, it's just code. A lot of it is very similar syntax and all that. But um, all right. Yeah, I mean, I remember one specific. I still remember it because it was just really weird. Um, it was back when that guy Toxic was there in Abyss. Um, when I was asking about updating the plugin or fixing some issues with the, I think it was like one of their plugins, a Volt plugin or something, and Toxic was just like, no, it doesn't need to be fixed. It's meant to work out of the gate. It doesn't need any updates or any new features, despite many requested features being upvoted by other people who own the plugin. So, and that was years ago, before Relo was even an adult. He only turned 18 this year, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I can't really say anything. They're just there. I personally am not going to do business with them anymore. I still remember when Ed announced his own open source prison core. Like 5 minutes after he made the announcement, Relo and all of his staff members joined the Discord. Like someone like told on him like that was anything to be like a snitch about. It's crazy. All right, module stuff, module stuff. Let's go to module manager. Now let's make all this stuff final classes. Astra, final class. Main class can be final. I'm gonna try and keep up with the better practices. Yeah, sorry, like I was saying about Coral, a friend of mine recently just asked me to modify the source for them because they have their own version of it. And I'm like, you know, this is just too much work because what they do is they have Maven modules, and instead of avoiding circular dependencies like you should, they have all the modules depend on each other, and that's not really how it's supposed to work. So what they do, instead of fixing the circular dependencies, they build each module without code that depends on the other modules. And then they use those built jar files for each module as a dependency in their project. Even the main module itself. And then they add all the module dependent code back. So it's like the modules don't depend on each other, they depend on a built version of each module, which is kind of ridiculous. It's just a loophole to avoid circular dependency error when you could just avoid the circular dependency like how I'm doing. This common module is here to avoid the circular dependency. Main depends on all the other modules, and none of the other modules depend on main. All the other modules depend on common instead. That's the purpose of this class here. It lets you get the plugin instance and gets the config from the main class in other modules. So that's why you do that. The circular dependency is basically when you have a module, two modules, and they depend on each other. When they can't, it doesn't work like that. So like it's called circular because the dependency goes in a circle. Main module depends on an NMS module. NMS module depends on the main module. They can't really work because you can't call this module when this module requires something from this module. So that's why you'd normally have a common module, which they don't have. Yeah, I don't know why they do it like that when they could just do a common module. It's really easy to avoid a circular dependency. But it also makes if you buy the source for Coral, say, and you give it to a developer to work on, since that's within your right as you just bought the source to it, the dev is going to have a hard time getting it to even compile because of all the circular dependencies. They have to go in, they have to recompile every module without the code that depends on other modules, and then they have to build each module and then put it into the it's a whole thing. I've done it before for Coral, and I just didn't want to do it again a couple of days ago when someone asked me to, because it's a lot of work, and I don't know, it's just kind of scummy as well because it makes other people who want to work on it, it makes it harder for them to work on it, even though someone bought your source code. They can't. It's a lot harder to modify it, even if they do have the source. Right. There we go. Okay. Okay. Let's make this not null. It can be. This one will have modules for each. Yeah, I can explain for sure. And I tried to as well. My last stream I explained a lot of what we were doing as well. But I understand if you don't want to go watch that. It's like 2 hours long. But right now the modules here, this Astra module class, it's an abstract class, which means it has methods that don't have any code in them. And the purpose of that is to make another class that will extend this class, and then that class will define what these methods do. And the only reason to do that, instead of just making it over and over again, is so that you can store all of them in the same map. See here, it's an Astra module, not anything specific. But we can still call the methods that don't have any code on it from this class. And whichever module it is will have what this method will do. So, it can be different while still calling them from the same place. So it's it's a common use for abstraction. Did I make? Yeah, I did. On reload. Also, I thought you were going to get some sleep or something. Of course, I don't mind you staying, but yeah. Yeah, you can think of it like a template. of sorts. Like, I can try and make something with it right now. Let's make a directory modules. And then let's make a OmniTool module. OmniTool. And then we put it in the modules folder. Yeah, I mean, how long have you been studying Java? So in here, so we're gonna go ahead and just replace, gosh, I hate every time you build a new module, it expands everything. Let me replace this with Astra.common. And I think we can remove pretty much everything else since it's in the common Gradle here. Like that. And now in the main modules build.gradle file. So the projects build.gradle file. We gotta add a implementation on the new module we just made. And it's modules OmniTool, like that. Wait 2 days now. Yeah. Are you just studying like basic Java? Like what are you doing exactly? Are you just watching like tutorials on YouTube, or are you like going through a course or something? Okay, okay. So now we can go here. Maybe Astra modules.impl. My academic course. That's not, I don't think that's a bad course. Oops, forgot to actually provide a class name. New package. So now we are, yeah, there's a lot. Java can range in complexity a lot. Simple plugins could just be made in the main module, while bigger projects like Luck Perms, for example, they have many modules, and probably Protocol Lib too. So yeah, so now we're going into our modules package here, where the module manager and Astra module classes are stored, and then we're making a new package called IMPL, standing for implementation. Now we're going to make an Omni tool. I'm going to suffix it with module. And now we also should already depend on, no, it shouldn't. We go here, need to add a dependency on new main, or the common module. There we go. Reload that. Yeah, I would say the same for me. I mean, I've never made a full prison core before, but I worked on Ed Prison a while ago before he recoded it, and I've worked as a support member for X Prison for a long time in their Discord, and I've also made custom enchants for X Prison and Ed Prison before. I've even made I made an add-on for Ed Prison before the recode that let you create enchants in a YML file. So kind of like what you were mentioning earlier. But I stopped selling that add-on because he added that implementation into his own plugin, so you didn't need my add-on anymore. Okay, so here we go. This is an implementation of the Astra module. See, it extends the abstract class. So you have a constructor here that passes super ID, and that will pass it to this constructor and set this ID to whatever you passed in. And then we have the implementation for each abstract method. You see it says @override on it. And since this module is not going to be, since the ID of it isn't ever going to change, we can remove the parameter from this class. And we can just go here and pass in, say, OmniTool for the ID. And we can also make a public static final, not null, string ID. ID equals OmniTool. That way we have an easy way to get the ID of the module wherever we are, since it's public and static. And then we can just pass an ID here. So if we ever want to change this module's ID, all we have to do is come in here and change this string here. So once we change it here, it'll be changed everywhere else. You don't have to keep changing a bunch of different code. Okay, now we don't have anything to do in here yet, so we'll come back to that. And this module class here kind of acts like its own main class. Kind of acts like this one here, the on disable, on enable, all that stuff. So whenever this onload is called, we'll have a code here to loop through every module and call that module's onload method. And I'll go here and add some Java code or some Java docs here called the server from the main classes onload method. And we'll paste that here. Disable method and on reload. There you go. We put that in the abstract class, so that way it leads through to every implementations class. We go here and say onload, we hover over it, call to the main class onload method. Sure, if you can, I'm sure you have my Discord. I don't remember your Discord username, to be honest, but I recognize your username. That's your Minecraft username, right? You must be, god damn, I don't, you must be imperfect, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah, just, I don't know, send that to me on Discord. And I can maybe go over it now or something. It's not it's not too bad. If you're talking about placeholder API, then it's really not that bad at all. Okay. So yeah, there's our OmniTool module. Now we need a way to register modules here. Well, first off, we need a way to get the module manager from any other module. So that means we'll go into our interface here. We'll say module manager, get module manager. And then we'll go to our main class and we'll implement that method. And then we will make a module manager here. And we'll say $32 equals new module manager. And then we will go down here and we will return that. Okay, so now we have our own instance of the module manager in our main class, which we can get for this method here by calling this interface from the Astra class, which is a static class. OmniTool module class as well can be final. That way nobody can extend this class. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look at that after stream or something since it's like a download. Maybe you could post it on GitHub or something, like a private repo. Or actually, I guess you'd have to invite me then. That's fine. Yep. Queried but never updated, so we have to add. I'm gonna say void register. I'm gonna make it protected so that nobody can just register whatever module. Maybe. Final not null extra module. Modules put if absent. Module get ID. Module. There we go. That way you can't override a module by using the same ID. And then it's fine, I'll make this public. Okay. Now we can go since this class is accessible through our main class, I think we'll just register modules that way. Modules. And this doesn't have any code that'll run. I think that's dependent on something specific. So we can probably do a list of modules here. List Astra module. Modules equals list dot of. Then we'll say new omni-tool module, just like that. And here, modules for each module manager dot register module. There we go. So that all our modules are registered if we put them in this list here. And then of course we need to, after we register it, we can module dot on. No. We could do it through here, module onload, or we could do it after. I think we'll do it after this for each. Or I'll just say module manager dot onload since we have that method that already slew them. And this can be moved to, we can have code in between this, so like if we need anything that's ran before the module is loaded, you can just put it above like the config declaration or definition. Okay. So our modules will be registered through our main class. Okay. Okay, OmniTool. Alright. So now we'll work in the OmniTool module class as if it was our main class. We just need to do something. We need to start somewhere, right? Make a new OmniTool package in the Astra package. Okay, what do I want to do? Okay, OmniTool. So what is our goal? Our goal is to make a pickaxe that can turn into any other tool depending on the block you hit. How do I want to implement that in code? We have an OmniTool class, which we can have something. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Want it statically or as an object or... Man, I'm really not sure. I'll just look at my GitHub code for a reference to see where I can start at. So a lot of the code on GitHub is made by Docker Div as well. OmniTool. Okay, so he has an OmniTool item class. What do you mean implementing stuff like executable items? Well, he makes it statically, it looks like. Okay. What would be preferable as well? Would you guys want pickaxes to be stored on the item? That way they're tradable, or linked to like a player save file? I think it should be stored on the item personally. Or maybe we can add an option that doesn't allow you to drop it or trade it. We'll have to see. Right now I just want to go for something basic. I think if we store it on the item itself, we can make... Yeah, if we do it as stored on the item itself, we can make it non-tradable and return to you after you die. Or we can have... So that way we can still allow people to trade if they wanted to. Alright, let's make... I think we can make this a static type class. We can do private static namespace key OmniTool key. Private static. A change in between. What do you mean? No, the data will be stored on the pickaxe itself, or the OmniTool itself. So whenever they trade it, you know what? That's a good point, actually. If you change the item between a pickaxe and an axe, I think it'll be fine. All the data will still be on the item. It just changes the item. But what you're talking about, from item based to player based, it won't necessarily be item based. It'll always be, or player based. It'll always be item based. It's just that they can lock it to the player's inventory, basically, so they can't trade it or lose it when they die, or put it in a chest or something. So all they would do is turn off locking it to a specific player, and then they would be able to trade it. It should react fine, because all the data will be on the item itself. If item based technically would be like players can trade it, and then player based would be like, oh, they can't trade it. But we're gonna have the data on the item at all times, anyways. If that clarifies anything. Maybe. We can make the OmniTool name support placeholder API, in which case it will change whenever. Or update whenever. Say like on block break or something. Or every few seconds might be better. Yeah. Meta. If meta is null for any reason, which it shouldn't be, but it still can return null for whatever reason. Let's say meta equals bucket dot get item factory dot get item meta material dot diagram pickaxe, and this one shouldn't return null. Hopefully. And we'll say display name any color dot inventory dot serialize old only tool. Alright, thanks for tuning in. See you later. There we go. So we have right, new OmniTool. We have the OmniTool key, which we actually have to put on the item as well. So meta get persistent data container set OmniTool key persistent data type dot do it. Double we do byte. We'll do a byte. There we go. Because it doesn't have to store any actual value, it just has to have the key on it. I think a byte is really small form of data, so it's not actually storing that much. Okay, so we have a method to get a new OmniTool, which will technically just return this item stack, which maybe might be a problem. Can we do this? Oh, look at that, we can do that. Copy constructor. New documentation. Hopefully it has something on it. Press new item set derived from a specified stack. API note use clone. Okay. This we should use imstack.clone. How does that work? Let's setting. Okay, I see. There you go. Let's look at this just to see what it's actually doing. This crap delegate.clone. Crap delegate is from item stack. Or no, bucket.inventory.item stack. Crap delegate is what? This is an item stack, I think. Huh. Okay. Hopefully that'll just return a new instance of the item stack here with all the same item meta that we just defined. And we should have a public static on reload for this. And let's make a config file in here. Config, config. OmniTool YML. YML equals new module slash OmniTool. Just like that. And we'll make a method to get it in here. Like config get this return. There you go. Now in here, might need. We could pass in the config, but we could make a static getter for this module here. There you go. This is making it a singleton, which means we have to make this constructor like that, which is protected. Maybe we can do it private. Private constructor, so they can't call new on it. And so we get it from get instance instead, which means we have to go here and we have to remove it from this. So yeah, which means we gotta do manager register OmniTool module get instance. There we go. So this will create the instance if it's not created already, and it'll return that as well. That way here we can just say OmniTool module get instance dot get YML. YAML config. Make that final. So okay, now we're gonna go ahead and make this actual config file in the OmniTool module right here. Modules OmniTool OmniTool.yml. Okay, and we will make display default omni tool. Display name. I have bold red omni tool. Like that, and then I think we'll just have that for now. And we will have all this stuff down here. And we'll have the display name. Options, get string, default omni tool dot display name. And we'll have a default string of bold red omni tool / b. And we'll pass that into the deserialized method here. There we go. Actually, this could be above. So we do this here. Well, if you look at get item meta, returns a copy of it, but I was to remove it, pretty sure. I don't know. It used to be able to have like it used to have a yellow underline being like, oh hey, this could be null, you better null check it. Anyways, we could do this here, and we could do this here, and we can call on Regal like that. That way everything's getting set, like the display name and all that. Meta display name, set item meta. We also need to set it there as well. Okay. This might be a little extra, to be honest, but yeah, but asserting not null can be a little interesting. Okay, yeah, so paper must have changed it to undefined nullability instead of nullable, so it should be fine either way. Honestly, it probably will never return null in this instance, but I don't know. Can never be too careful, but I'm just gonna keep it removed. Okay. Omni tool key, get new omni tool. Okay. Now public static boolean is omni tool. No item stack item meta equals item stack get item meta. Now we're gonna check here and return false if it's meta is null. Return meta get business data container that has omni tool key. There we go. It'll check if the item stack passed in is the omni tool. Okay. And here we have to call omni tool dot onload, and in here omni tool dot onload. But first, omni tool ml save. There we go. That should reload the default tool. Right. Okay. We should do And we're just gonna assume that they're passing in the Omni tool, so we're not gonna check it again. Item stack. There we go. In a prison core or prison servers, you'll often find that you just have one tool, like a pickaxe, and depending on which block you're hitting, it'll change into that block's preferred tool to mine it with. So like it'll change from a pickaxe to an axe to a shovel, you know, whatever. That's what I'm gonna try to do here. Take tool, and we'll pass in the block as well. No, block dot get type dot let's see if it's on here or on the block itself. Tool. Preferred. Oh, is preferred tool. Okay, well. Now we actually have to find out. Turns out the given item is preferred choice space block. Yeah, that's great and all, but how do I actually get the preferred tool? Is valid tool, huh? Is valid tool to pick a block with. Whether the block will drop items. Yeah. Let me Google. It'll probably be easier than trying to guess. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, it's like all the tools basically in one. I'm not sure if there's like a built-in method to get the tool preferred for a specific block. It looks like there's an NMS way. So I might need to use some NMS. Okay, good item. Can destroy specific block. Right, so this is also saying if it can destroy specific block, but I'm trying to get. Yeah, see, I know that. I just saw that, but that's not exactly what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to switch to the preferred tool. So maybe I'll have to make my own way to do that. I don't know. Let's see. So I think I might need to make a list of tools and loop through that list of tools with the block and see which one's preferred. So I think that, yeah. We can make our own enum for this, I believe. Tools. Question is, should we also include material type as well, like diamond, stone? Let's just say pickaxe, axe, shovel. For that. Usually it's just one of the tools, like a pickaxe or an axe, you know, to whatever it switches to. Okay, come on. Tools. All right. Can I just put materials over here? No. Maybe final, yep. Maybe not know. Okay, and now I need to add. So we could do it like this, right? Material dot stone pickaxe. Could do it this way. Material dot. I guess we should go through the list, right? Wood in pickaxe. Material dot stone pickaxe. Material dot iron pickaxe. Material dot. Let's see what other pickaxes are there. Golden. Sure. Material dot diamond pickaxe. Material dot netherite pickaxe. There we go. That should be all, right? Let me just copy, paste this. Replace this with X. Yeah, we could do that, but I'm just making this as a utility type of thing. So it shouldn't matter which one we pass in. It'll still get whatever is necessary. The Omni tool will be configurable. I think I'll definitely include custom model data on it as well. So whenever you switch, you can have like a different custom model data for each tool. And that'll let you keep the tool looking as the exact same thing if you wanted. So now public static, let's say material get preferred tool. Block. So now, for and I equals, no, not that. Tools dot values. What that is preferred tool. It requires an item stack, not just the material. It's lame. I wish you could just pass on the material, because what do you need the actual item stack for? I guess we also need to loop through the tool dot items for each. No, we can't use for each here. Yeah, I use final wherever I can, to be honest. Alright, fine. I hate nested loops. Really ugly code-wise. So, if this, then return material with that, otherwise let's do that if there's none. This is really scuffed in my opinion. But I guess we'll just check it. We'll just use it. If there's a better way down the line, I'll replace it. So I'm stack dot set type. Okay, this is deprecated. With type. Tools get. So with type will create new item set specify material type. New tool. Okay. So doing this would technically be replacing the tool, not actually changing its type, so maybe we should just try set type, even though it's deprecated. Set type, tool, skipper, well, we try that, I guess. And since we are, maybe we should just stick with diamond stuff for now. That way it'll only ever return a diamond material. It's a bit simpler. Okay. I'm not sure what to do here, to be honest. If I wanna, how I wanna change it and how it'll change between. Maybe we can do levels or something and have like starting at level 0 because it's deprecated, starting at level 0, materials, pickaxe, wooden pickaxe, axe, wooden axe, shovel, wooden shovel. Right, so it'll switch between these materials for level 0, and then level 10 materials, pickaxe. It can upgrade to stone for each one. Right. So let's actually remove this. Let's just change this stuff. So we'll do it like this, I think. I think this makes the most sense, right? Material. And we'll say custom model data 0, right? So we'll have this option as well. Yep. I'm gonna have display name. Because why not? Let's say and say gray shovel. Alright. Let's say dark gray, dark gray. There you go. So we'll do this here. This here we'll say X. Pickaxe. This will be shovel, but it'll be normal red, not dark red. X. Pickaxe. Like that. I think that looks like a good setup to me. And you don't have to define every level, so you'll define level 0, and that'll start at level 0, obviously, and it'll be this configuration until you reach level 10, and then it'll be this configuration forever until you add another level to override it. But that also begs the question whether I should put this in here or in its own file. To answer your question more thoroughly, honestly, making plugins is just fun. It's a passion project. I've made a premium plugin before. It's hard to really sell it well. People, even with premium plugins, even with obfuscated plugins, even with plugins with a license, sure, you can have a license, and obfuscation will make it harder to redistribute it and resell it, but there's always going to be someone skilled enough to deobfuscate it or crack your license system, you know. And there's always going to be people. I mean, look at NMS. People deobfuscated that or remapped it or whatever. But there's always going to be people who are going to do that. So there's, you know, in my opinion, there's no reason to try and fight that and hide your code and all that. So I just decided to just go open source. Plus, there are tons of projects that are open source that people will donate to and you know, help out with the, you know, they can contribute to it, they can donate, you can do whatever they want. You're not gonna have to worry about people being scummy and stealing it because it's already open source. people can modify it if they want to, fork it, you know. Um, it's much easier, and I don't have to be the main person. I don't have to be the only person people depend on to update or fix things. You know, and it's also good. It'll look really good on a portfolio as well if you have a repository that looks like this. That's another thing. Because right now I'm going into college, or I'm in college for game development, and I'm learning C++ for that. And we're gonna be building our own portfolio throughout the course as well. But I think having this will also really contribute to that as well. The only problem I have with making plugins is sticking to it, you know, with dedication and all that. That's also partly why I started live streaming this, to, you know, hopefully I'll find more enjoyment out of it, especially with talking to other people while I'm doing it. Plus, I like explaining code. I like helping other people understand it better. You know, and I'm no super dev. You know, I can't make a project say on what perms is on the level of what perms, but I can definitely make something worth using. And plus, it's also a project like this will also help me learn, because I still have to get into NMS and all that stuff to make this core actually work. Okay, and let's just add default configuration for each. Right, 20 stone, iron. And I have to find making the config file first can help you figure out the direction you want to go and help you code everything that you want to do as well. Let's actually just start out with gray, gray, gray. This could be white, white, white. This can be, we can go to aqua. And then level 30 can be maybe what color? There's aqua, there's yellow, there's, we do green. I think it's green. Then from iron to gold. Might as well actually just make this, just say follow the colors of the tools, but that would mean stone would be gray. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Gray. And gray. Iron would be white then. Gold. Make it yellow. Instead of gold. It's what? This is gray. Okay, wood needs to have its own color, I believe. Since it's exclusively 1.11 plus, we could definitely have hex colors in our config files. Let's say brown hex code here. Does it go on? We got too many message. format docs. Color. Okay, great. That's simple. There you go. Wood is brown, stone is gray, iron is white, gold is yellow. We want diamond to be aqua. Okay, pickaxe X, shovel, and level 50 could be netherite. It's kind of a good 50 levels is pretty good. Of course, you spread it out, you can condense it, whatever you want. And for netherite, don't want to make it an ugly color. So maybe just dark aqua. It's good enough. People would change this if they want. It's none of my business what they do with it. So 50. 30, 20, 10. And let's go ahead and just move this to its own file. I think that'll be good. There you go. It's like stacks like the string. It's alright though. Should be for an hour and 39 minutes. That's not bad. Okay. So we have the levels here. This is a good, I think it's a good base setup for defining different levels or different customization for each level of your pickaxe. They can add as many levels as they want to change it up however many times they want. I'm thinking about more colors and stuff. How we want to do that. Also, when looking in here, material.gold. Okay, yeah, it is golden. So we need to change that in here. Okay. Maybe we can have enchant color in which we can have this here. So we can say gray like that. That way the lore can be consistent with the name of the item, the display name. Yeah, well, this one is aqua. So it's dark aqua. There we go. Let me actually change. Which chat view I'm seeing. Somehow. I don't think I can. Okay. Yeah. The overlays and all. Oh. Okay. Full pickaxe. All that stuff. This is interesting. We have a lot of configuration here. Now I just need to decide if we want anything else here or if we should just get on with it, I suppose. We can remove this as well, since level 0 will be defined. And let's actually move this here. Level 0, right? We'll just do this here. Pickaxe and all that stuff. There we go. That way level 0 will always be defined and they can't remove it from here. Okay. So if they want to change the base or the default, they will change anything in here rather than adding level 0 down here. That way it just ensures that there is a default. And now go down here, add more levels below. There we go. Default omni-tool configuration. So yeah, now we can remove this from here. Now this file is empty, but we'll keep it. We'll add another config here. New config levels 1. Like that. Right. We'll make another getter. Also, someone mentioned a while back making your project cleaner. and as I replied earlier, that's definitely relative. Um, clean in my eyes is um, how you format the file specifically. So, first you have public static final up here, or private, could be private. Private static, any final static variables up here, all caps, and you define what they are in the static block here. And then you have your normal static variables here that aren't final. And then you have static methods right here. And then you have your class members here, private or public or final, whatever. And you have your constructor for that class. And then you have any methods for the class below it, and all the getters below the methods here. And setters would be down here as well, if you had them or needed them. So that's my idea of a clean looking class. Especially for this case here. This is acting like a main class, basically. The only difference is it's not a main class and where it gets called from. Your typical plugin main class will be called from the Spigot or Paper API when it's loading the server. So it'll call your onload method first. So while the server is loading, it'll call this, and then you can call whatever code you want to call in there, including your modules onload right here. And then you're on enable when the server's enabled. You call code there, etc., etc. So that's why this is acting like a main class. It's acting like a main class for the OmniTool module right here, since this module can't actually access the actual main class right down here. Instead of having this module depend on your main module, you have both your main module and your submodule depend on a third submodule that's independent and doesn't depend on any of these ones. So this main one depends on your common module as well, and your main class implements an interface here that has get methods for your config and your module manager and whatever else you need from your main class. So it says override, implements the interface, and then you have you return your instances of your different objects, whatever you want. So that, and then you use this other class here to get the interface here, to get the instance of your main class via the interface, and then use the methods from the interface like normal anywhere else. So I could do, in my module, I could do Astra either get plugin to get the instance of the Java plugin, or get to get the interface methods like get config YML, and I can access the main config like that. And it's really handy, and it's, I think, what many people do to avoid circular dependencies, which you should not have in your project, because that can cause errors, and if you loophole through it, it's just a pain for anyone else hooking into your project. So yeah. Alright, next we kind of gotta rewrite some things here. Instead of having, all this stuff and having this default item and stuff, we're gonna create some OmniTool levels, right? OmniTool level, and we'll have a we'll have a something for here, right? OmniTool level. We'll say OmniTool pickaxe, and we'll have an OmniTool X, and OmniTool shovel. There we go. Actually, we could probably separate these, I think. My idea is to have the display name and the lore and everything basically. Let me go ahead and minimize all that. So my idea is to have the material, custom model data, display name, and enchant color stored in one of these files. But we don't actually need all that. We could just do, we just have it all in the level. And the reason I had all those other three is because the level still has all of this stuff. It has everything, not just, you know, one tool or one tool type. So let's say we could do like multiple field variables and stuff, but I think we should just do like an omni tool type and have just have all this field stuff in there. Alright, so we can have this. We'll have private final not null string enchant color, private final not null string material, or we can do material private final int custom model data, and we have the display name private final not null string display name. Cool. And now we'll say final int level to pass in the level of which we're getting. So we'll say, we'll also pass in the string type. So we'll say, well, I should make an enum in, no. We can just do tools. We can pass in the tool, right? So tool type, right? We'll just call it tool. So we're passing in the tool and the level to distinguish which level we're looking for and the tool in that level. Now we need to get the config, right? Omni tool module, get instance, get levels.yml. There we go. So make that final, right? Config options get string levels dot plus level plus dot. Actually, we'll make this better. We'll make a path variable. Final string path, or we'll make it key. And we'll say level greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, we'll say levels dot plus level. And if it's not greater than 0, then we'll say level plus dot, right? And we'll also add a dot here. Like that. Because if it's level 0, then we're gonna search this stuff here. Actually, it's level dash. Might as well just say level dash 0 dot. Not use the variable. Now we can expand this a bit to make it a bit cleaner, like that, more readable. Again, if it is greater than level 0, then we're checking this, and if it's not, then we're just checking level dash 0 dot. So I will say path or key plus material, and this will be our string material. And if it's not, if the path doesn't exist, because that is a possibility, then we will say the default will be diamond, and then plus tool dot name. Alright, name is default, in an enum one of them is not able to be overridden, and that's what I want to use. I can override. Can I override it? Let me check. String name. No, it doesn't look like I can override name, which is the right one then. Okay, name cannot override name. Yep, because it's a final method. But we can override toString, and that's the difference between toString and name when it comes to enums. So if you can use either, but the enum that you're calling might override toString. So either way, if it doesn't override toString, they'll return the same thing. Name and toString will return the same thing, and usually it'll just return this text here. So that's what we're gonna use here. Diamond underscore pickaxe underscore shovel, you know, whatever. And then try material value of material, right? And catch illegal argument exception. And we'll say this dot material equals no material default equals material dot value of diamond underscore tool dot name. Or we could make default tool for each of these into actual enum. That way we can just call that and we know it won't be null or invalid. So let's say we'll make the first one the default. Final not null material def, right? So now def equals items 0. Okay, well that's not gonna work because items is a set, not a list or an array. Def equals materials I. Does that work? No, I 0. Yeah, there we go. And we'll move that up above there. There we go. So since all these have a material in it, it will definitely have a 0, an index 0. And we'll say public material get def, turn def. We'll say not null. And we'll make it final, even though you can't override an enum. Yeah, I guess you can extend it. I don't know. Pickaxe. So we actually need to make. Will this work? Final material def. Think it'll work? So def equals def, or just dot def equals def. You are. Yeah, I can add it to you. It's not null. So that way it always needs a default. So if I was to remove this, you'll see it's broken. And then we can add another. We can add as many other materials as we want, but that won't be the default. And the reason we added another parameter for default instead of just having that, right? We'll say either is because if we just have this, then we can remove this, and there won't be an error. So that's why we have that. Or you have to have at least one. So now we can say use dot material equals tool dot get should be public, right? Can I make this one? No. You cannot. I assume it's because it can't be overridden. Tool. That's why. You're using the wrong tool. God. We want tools. That's why. Ooh, I get def. Okay, so this is final, that's why it's showing an error. We're gonna make it not final. So it's saying, you just go here actually. You know what? We'll just make it an empty string if it's not a thing, and that will be caught here. Because there should be no material name that has just an empty space. Okay. We can collapse that a little bit. I actually usually like to have my try catches like that if there's only one line. Okay, and now custom model data is much more simple. Big options, get int key plus custom model data, and we'll default it to 0. And display name, big options, get string key plus display name, and we'll default it to gray. Omni tool slash b dark gray. We'll say tool dot name to lowercase. Let me expand on this a bit, make it more readable. Less dark gray, just like that. And there we go. So now it'll default to OmniTool dark gray, tool name lowercase, right? Just like in here, default be gray. Although actually the default's brown, but still. We'll just make it gray to make it not, make it neutral. Okay, and enchant color. Enchant color, big options, get string key plus enchant color. And we'll make it default to gray as well. Okay. We'll actually add the actual formatting in there as well. Just thinking about it, because it'll make it easier later on. We can have a lore format as well. Don't let them customize it further. Come on, like that. Okay, and then we'll add that in. Annie. Yep. 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 There we go. Okay, and now we'll add a lore format in omnicools.yaml, right? Lore format, and we'll say header, and then we'll have a footer. So this will be above enchants and below enchants, and then enchant, we'll say enchant color, enchant name, we'll say be bold, and then we'll put a square bullet Unicode. Yeah, I think square will be fine. So we'll have that, and then we'll make it not bold. We'll still have the enchant color because that's how my name is Brooks. And then put a slash here. Yeah. And then the enchant name will be the same color as the bullet. And we can say white enchant level. There we go. And then we can have Roman, maybe later. So this will be the format, right? So we'll have the header, and then we'll have the footer. And we'll put like enchant color, bold enchants. Slash B, right? So it'll say enchants colon, and then I'll have all the enchants underneath it with a bullet code or square bullet, like a bulleted list. And then the footer, we don't need anything underneath the enchants right now, so I'll actually make this a looks like that. There we go. And then do that. Say both header and footer can be a list. Set either to an empty string or an empty list to disable. Hopefully that gets the message across. I'll have documentation on the plugin much later on. So okay, that'll be our pickaxe lore for every level. The only thing that'll change is the color. So maybe we can have, instead of enchant color, we can say level color. So let's find and replace enchant color with level color. Right. That way, enchants can have their own color if someone wanted to override the level color. So we can say enchant color, or we can say level color. Well, let's say level color, and then we'll say enchant color. Right. Or maybe just level color and then enchant color. Just have it like that, and then enchant level. And we can add an enchant level color as well later on. We haven't got to enchants yet, so I'm not too worried about this right now. But yeah. And then we'll have actual rewards for leveling up your pickaxe to these levels in a different file, I think. So we don't want to clutter the YML files, you know? We don't want to make it too messy. And this is already pretty messy the more levels you add. Okay. That's good. So tools. Now we have all this. Let's make this. Let's put it right there since it's static. Enums are a little different than the other files I mentioned. Also as a getter anyway, so it should be below. The enum I like to have, well, obviously you have to have this first in the enum file. You can't have anything above this. And then I like to have their members, each enum's member, and then the constructor for each enum. And then I'll have any static methods below the constructor. I think it's cleaner than having this here, in my opinion. We have that, and then we have Let's replace this with level color. Great. This works. Okay, and now we can make getters for all of these. Public, not no material. We'll make this class final. So all the methods are also final. Get material, turn material. Public int, get custom model data, turn public normal string, get display name, turn display name, public not null string, get, we'll change this to get level color, and then we'll refactor this. Level color. There we go. So this should be done. Now we can go here, level, right? So now we just need to figure out how to store all of these, right? So, okay, so each level will have the 3 tools. So private final, not null, and we'll have omni tool type, pickaxe, private final, not null, omni tool type, x, private final, not null, omni tool type, shovel, and public omni tool level, final int level, pickaxe equals new omni tool type tools.pickaxe level, same with x, new omni tool type tools.x and level, shovel new omni tool type tools.shovel and level. We could make a hoe as well, but it'll be easy to add later on, really easy, because we have all this stuff. Because we pretty much future-proofed our code here. All I would need to do is add a new tool enum for hoe, and then add another variable here, and then obviously change up the config. But that'll be all it takes. Nothing else to have to do. And then let's make public stuff for this. Omni tool type get pickaxe. Omni tool type shovel and shovel. There we go. Great. Looks good. Okay, initial level, pickaxe, axe, and shovel. And we can make this final as well. Now we need a way to get all the levels. Right? Omni tool level manager, because why not? Or final not null map integer omni tool level, and we might change this a bit later on, but for now let's just say levels omni tool level manager levels equals new hash map. Okay, public void on reload. This will clear the map to remove and garbage collect and all that. And then we'll say YAML config Astra get, no, not Astra, it's just OmniTool module get levels.yml. So first off, we need level 0. So OmniTool level dot new, no, level 0, I'll just say 0 equals new OmniTool level 0. Alright, so there we go, there's level 0. We need to add it to the map. Levels dot put 0, new OmniTool level 0. So there we go, we got level 0, that's the default. And then we'll say config options get configuration sections levels final configuration section. So now if section equals null and we'll return, just stick with level 0. Otherwise section get keys false for each key. Int level try level equals integer parse int key catch illegal argument no legal format. Hold on. Parse int throws number format exception. And if that's the case, we'll just return. We will add it to the map. Otherwise, we will say levels.put level put if absent level new OmniTool level. There we go. And all of these settings for each level is already being loaded when we call new on this. It will call new on the OmniTool type, and that'll get everything for that specific level. So we're done. We have all our levels set up. We just need to go here, say on load. There we go. And now we need to be able to get levels, right? So that's another thing. Right, so we're gonna say public map. No, we won't do that. We'll just say get level. No. If actually, let's not make this final. If level less than 0, we don't actually need to check for that. We can just say level equals math dot max 0 and level. This will make sure, this will set level to whichever one's higher, 0 or level. That way it's always above 0. And then we will say the map might not have the level that you pass in, right? So we need to get the level that's lowest. We look at the level that's just below the integer that you pass in. So like say you pass in level 9, it should return level 0 based on our config here. We just need to figure out how to do that. I don't remember off the top of my head. Maybe we can sort the map. Levels sort. No, alright. Let me Google. Google is always helpful when you're not sure how to do something. So, int map, get the floor of a number. Integer by 10. Get key 1. with a key. Alright, this one uses a tree map, it looks like, to floor key. Maintains the keys in a sorted order. So we change this to a tree map. New tree map. Right, and then I think we can do turn levels dot floor key level. This actually will return an integer. So floor key returns the greatest key less than or equal to the given key, or null if there's no such key. So return an integer. So return levels dot get from this floor key. There we go. So it should return the lowest value just before, I don't know, whatever. So you guys had 9 and there's 0 and 10 in the map. It should return 0. This should return the number 0, and this should return the level from 0. I believe we'll have to test that later on. I think I'll do all the testing off stream, or I'll try to figure out a way to stream my Minecraft. I'm not entirely sure if my laptop can stream in 1440p with IntelliJ open and with Minecraft open. I mean, it should be able to. I mean, I have a 4070 in this laptop, right? But I don't know. I'll have to look into it next time. For now, I'm just gonna keep working on the code, and I'll try and test it off stream for now. Once we actually have something to test. So there we go. We have a method to get whichever level, OmniTool level, the current pickaxe level should have, or should be at. So now we have the OmniTool manager, and the level manager. We need to go here. We need to make an OmniTool level manager in the, not OmniTool, but the OmniTool module. Private tool level manager. And here, level manager equals new OmniTool level manager. Level manager on reload, right? We need to go here. Say levels yml.save, levels on reload. There we go. We might have, okay, yeah, there's the Word format, that's fine. Okay. So this we need to change, actually. This should be loaded after the level manager. And then, yeah, we'll get that. We'll make a getter for the level manager. There we go. And now the OmniTool class needs to get the level manager to determine both the default OmniTool and whatever else. So let's actually just go ahead and basically restart this class. Or recode it. So on reload. Yeah. So on here, go to you. We have this, that's fine. This needs to keep that for now. This also has to depend on the level of the tool, since each level has their own material for each tool type. Okay. Oh man, sorry, stretching. Okay. So what do we need to do? We need to... it's just this one class. Yeah, it's just this one class because I don't need OmniTool itself to be an object. So yeah, that's why this part of it is static. Trying to figure out which direction I want to take this, or how I want to incorporate the levels in this. Yeah, but enchants will be its own separate module. We haven't gotten to there yet. Right now we have a file, so you can customize the Omni tool at different levels. So you have the default level 0, and then down here level 10. Once you're from level 0 to 9, your pickaxe or Omni tool will look like this, depending on which tool it is. So you got pickaxe, axe, and shovel. Your display name, you got custom model data, you got the material type, you got the color for this level. And then level 10, once it hits level 10, it'll turn into these materials, and so on. Thank you. Yeah. Just trying to implement that level stuff into here. We already have made a level manager to have all the levels stored in a tree map that stores the OmniTool level to the actual integer level, and then the OmniTool level has each different tool type, and the tool type has all of the different config options. So all that is already loaded and stuff. Just need to incorporate that into this OmniTool class here, which I'm currently trying to think of how I want to go about that. Oop. Okay, so we have the config here. Is OmniTool black now? We need those black now. So we could do another default item stack for the default level 0 OmniTool, which I might do. In which this will be dependent entirely on the config of level 0. Yeah, I know that. Just trying to... Yeah, I mean, I'll probably refactor some things later anyways. We still need to do show some basics to add like a command manager and a database manager and all that as well. So we're still pretty early on in this project. Right, so levels are level 0. So by default, the item will be a pickaxe. So we need to go, we don't actually probably don't even need the config for this part. More like the level manager. Okay. Manager dot get level 0. This should return omni tool level. There you go. So final item stack. New item stack. Level dot get pickaxe, get material. And we might as well throw pickaxe into a variable as well. Pickaxe, get material, final item meta. And again, this shouldn't be null since it's just a new item. Meta set this, no, not set, just normal display name. Pickaxe dot get display name. Any color dot inventory dot serialize that. And then, so the display name, we need the custom model data. Okay, set custom model data, pickaxe dot that. There you go. Model data, display name, and that should be it actually. Set the omni tool key to a byte of 1 again, because it doesn't have to have any data stored there. It's a utility class that I made in my common module here to utilize mini messages here. It's an enum, right? So we have the chat enum is just the default mini message implementation, because the chat can support all of the different, decorations and stuff, color, gradient, rainbow decorations like italic and bold, font, reset. It can support basically everything that mini message has to offer, while the inventory can only support things like this, like an inventory title, an item stack for the display name and more. And then I have one for console as well, which I use in my logging class here. Yeah. It basically just has its own mini message instance for each enum here, and has deserialized methods and serialized message methods, and a method to remove any formatting from a string as well. So yeah, I just use that to make mini message easier to use. Thanks. I just I mean, I made it a while ago, a long time ago to be honest, but it's just really useful. I've everything in here from the, let me minimize it. I've made the most of this main class and most of the utilities in my previous live stream from a couple of days ago, so you can check that out if you would like, or if you're interested. Today we've made all this OmniTool stuff. Right, so we have the default OmniTool, which actually item stack, so item, and we can actually replace item stack with just def OmniTool. Let's set that, and we can actually, no, there we go, just like that. And this should, it should be fine if we, no, we actually have to set that every time. Alright, so now we can get a default OmniTool. Def OmniTool.clone. There you go. So that you can get a new OmniTool for new players. And we need to add a way to actually update it for each level. And then for each enchant update it as well. But that'll come later. So, okay. First off, we're going to get preferred tool. It checks, it loops through the enum and then loops through each material. Although we don't need to loop through each material. This doesn't actually even need a set of materials anymore, since a diamond pickaxe should just be able to break most things. We can actually change it to netherite. Get rid of these. We can collapse these. There we go. And now, get rid of this loop in here. Format that a bit. Tool.default. Tool.default. There you go. So now it'll loop through each of these and it'll check if the item of that material is this block's preferred tool. And if it is, it'll return that. Otherwise, it'll return. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't really know the shortcut for that off the top of my head. But I could do that. Is that I think you just hover over one, right? And the set type method, we haven't really checked if that actually works. What version was the preferred tool method implemented? So, well, I'm not sure what version of the API or the game it was implemented in, but I'm using 1.21 paperweight API. So yeah, I don't know which version it was originally added in. It would be nice if there was like an API method to get the exact material or tool that the block prefers, but there isn't apparently. Interesting. I think I've seen it before, but yeah, I don't know. There's also is valid tool as well. That'll be that the difference is that it'll return whether the block will drop the item when it's broken, while is preferred if it's the preferred tool for breaking the block. So, interestingly enough, we can't just set the type to the preferred tool, because then it'll set it to a netherite tool, and that's kind of defeats the purpose of each level having their own tool or material. So we need to go through that, right? So material preferred tool equals that. So now, depending on if it's a netherite axe, shovel, or pickaxe, then we will, yeah, we'll get the material from that. Okay, so we need to actually have another key for the level of the thing. Actually, we can just put the level on the OmniTool key itself, since we're already storing a key on it. We'll put 0 and we'll say integer. So it starts off at level 0. That means we need to get the level from the pickaxe or the OmniTool. So final item meta goes item stack, get item meta. And this assumes already that you're passing in an OmniTool and not just some random item stack. So it's also telling you to check this method up here first. But I could change that. Yeah, it's fine. Let's say container. So here int level is container dot get or defaults. You know, why not? Tool key persistent data type dot integer, and we'll return 0 if it's not that. So there we go. So we have the level, we have the preferred tool, and now we need the level manager again. There we go. And then we'll pass in get level, and we'll say switch preferred tool, case netherite pickaxe. We'll actually make that the default. Set type. We need this OmniTool level. OmniTool level pickaxe, so I'll get to it. And then case netherite axe. Stack set type tool level dot get axe dot get material. Netherite shovel. Set type OmniTool level get shovel get material. Okay, that should do it. Now normally this should break after this. I don't know why sometimes depending on the language, I think the switch case won't break and it'll instead go on to the next case for some reason. But maybe we should just be careful and break out of it. And if it says it's not necessary, then we'll just remove it. Yeah, it says it's not necessary. I'm not sure about Prison being my preferred game mode to code for. I'm interested a lot in SMPs, to be honest. But Prison Core is like a good project to work on, and I do enjoy prisons from time to time. But Prison Core is like a big project that you can work on. It's not too complicated. You know, there's nothing like that for an SMP or a survival server. There's no like SMP core. It's not really like a thing. But I don't know. It should be fine. So let's see. Yeah, let's actually just make sure that really. Did you work on it to gain experience then? Or did you already know, or did you already have other projects before that? Because I've had many projects before this myself. Okay, changes the Omni tools material tool type. I guess to say switches between the Omni tools type, pickaxe, X, or shovel. Yeah, I'm a little weird when it comes to servers. Like, usually when I make something or work on something, I like to be the head of it. And I like to do a lot of the things myself. If I can, like, not when it comes to plugins, like I can use public plugins, but I usually configure them myself and set them up myself. But also sometimes there aren't plugins for what you want, and I wouldn't want to pay someone to make a plugin, because then I'd have to ask them to change it if I ever want to change my mind or anything. And I started learning Java a couple years ago for plugins. And I don't know, I just was interested in servers and plugins and all that. So that's mainly why I started learning. The only server I've ever released was an SMP, and me and my friends worked on that. My friend paid for it, and then another friend, I'm not really sure what he did. I think he did some configuration, some changes. But I was like, I mainly set up and designed the server. And that was the only one I've ever actually released. And that was a little while ago. It's not up anymore because the player base kind of got bored. And yeah, we just didn't feel like going through the whole setup process again and making a new season or whatever. We were mainly making it for the community at that time because they were someone else's community, but that person who previously owned it had to shut it down because he was leaving some country, I think. I don't know. There's a lot of details that I don't really know. But basically we made it for someone else's community, and they didn't really agree with most of our decisions. I'm a bit more, I'd say, liberal though with my plugins. I like to make everything as configurable as possible for, and I really love customization and all that. So that's why I try to never hard code anything that I think could be changed. Yeah. So that, I think this is done, updating it. Although, yeah, I think so. There's a lot of plugins out there that just don't allow you to configure things. And I usually also have configuration for like my own private plugins too. It's just, at this point, for plugins, it's just kind of a way of how I code them. I also find making a config file will help you figure out what you need to do in the code. It gives you like a guide to follow, sort of. So it also helps out with that as well. That's another reason why I use it, or make things configurable. Yeah, we need to update the lore and the display name in the switch statement. So set the type, and then meta.display name. Mod, yeah, that's. I mean, Java is object oriented. It should be modular, you know. If you don't follow object orientation or object oriented, then it could be difficult to scale later on for sure. How long ago was your version core? How long have you been coding Java? $4 years? Yeah, it's a pretty long time. I don't really know how long specifically, how long ago I started specifically. I can actually simplify this one. But it was definitely before I graduated high school, and that was 2 years ago. I took a game and sim class throughout high school, so all 4 years. It was supposed to teach us how to code, but it didn't. Mainly, we learned different programs like we did a little bit of Photoshop, I think, but we did Photoshop, Illustrator, some other things. We got certified in those, so that was cool. But we didn't learn any coding. The most amount of coding we ever did was in Scratch. Like we messed around with Scratch a bit, and I think that was in senior year too. So it was kind of a joke, and I just kind of learned Java myself along the way. So yeah, I looked up like tutorials and all that stuff, and I've spoken to other developers. Once I spoke to other developers and I got clarity on, like one time a dev told me the proper uses of static, and why static abuse isn't what you would normally think it is, right? And that made a lot of sense. And eventually when you're learning to code, eventually at some point it'll just like click and you'll be like, okay, so this is what I need to, this is what I do, you know? So tool type, and we'll say tool type equals that. Tool type equals this. Get rid of this, get rid of all this. And then tool type But yeah, 4 or 5 years is a long time. Again, I wish I knew exactly how long I've known Java, how long ago I started learning Java, but it's definitely been a couple of years. Sometime in high school, basically. Um, and I graduated high school 2022. And now I'm in college for game dev, where I'm learning C++. And all this Java knowledge, let me tell you, has really helped out in that regard. I'm just breezing through the C++ course and basics. So this, okay, item static, set type, okay, material, meta, display name, tool type, display name, and we need to serialize that. Okay, I'm gonna set custom model data. There's custom model data, display name, computer science. Did that cut you off, or? Let me check. Okay, yeah, you ran out of characters. Okay. Yeah. What, you can work in a team? Yeah, I definitely gotta work on that because it's a little difficult for me to, with the way I am about trying to be the lead of a project, because I don't know, for me it's just harder to like have people work on different things unless you really drill in the code style and everything. It's kind of the same thing. I was watching Tango Tech play Satisfactory, and what he said about multiplayer in that, it's like, okay, well, why did you do this exactly? You know, or like, oh, you did this, okay, you know, it's kind of like that. It's like, all right, um, but yeah, I definitely gonna work on that. Which hopefully this project can help, since it's open source. People can contribute to it. I haven't posted any of the current code from the live streams up yet, but I'm not sure when I'll do that. But the code from before the live streams is up on my GitHub, github.com/astraprison, and yeah. Mm, yeah. So yeah, so what I'm doing now is recoding the score. It wasn't finished before I started recoding it, but the code from before the recode is up on the GitHub, and I'm not sure when I'll post the recodes code, but definitely before I release the plugin, that's for sure. And after that, people can definitely contribute, that's for sure. So hopefully that'll help out with some team stuff. Right, so set type, custom model data, display name. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be everything. And I'm hoping that this code actually works, these 3 lines here, because normally when you update an item, it's a little janky. And I don't want to have to replace the item in the hand. That would mean I have to pass in the slot that the item is in and all that. Which I guess wouldn't really be a problem, considering this code will be ran in an interact event. But yeah. Alright, let's just try. listeners. Omni tool update listener. Listener, there we go. And I'm definitely going to have to recode some of this later on when we introduce packet fake blocks as well. So event dot action. If action dot click block and turn. Put that wrong. Yeah, I'm glad my streams are bringing in other people who code. It's really nice talking about code, in my opinion. Did you, I don't know if you're still in this stream, but if you are still in this stream, I was gonna ask if you found it through just the YouTube homepage or like a link that I posted in Discord somewhere. Block isn't it quit block, right? And this can be null. Return omni tool dot update tool. Right. Item stack item use. We get. Yeah. Okay. Cortex. Yeah. Get item. That should be item in hand represented by this event. Yeah. If omni tool dot is omni tool item turn. And this should, I should make this nullable. There you go. And yeah. Item and block. There we go. We'll have to test that at some point. And hopefully that won't lag too much. I know updating items can lag, especially through this, but maybe we'll have a... No, this kind of needs to be on interact. Okay, well, let's go in here. Let's register this listener. Okay, and then on enable. We can make this not null. There we go. For each listener, Astra, plugin, okay. Okay, get plugin, manager, register events, listener, Astra, get plugin. There we go. Okay. Right now, it as it is right now, it doesn't do anything because we're still making it. But I'm making a prison core. Usually that has everything a prison server would need, all the basics, such as enchantments, pickaxe, mines, and various other things that you'd normally find in a prison server. Right now we're working on the Omni tool, or the pickaxe. This is the current configuration. You got level 0, level 10, so basically Omni-Tool levels and how they look at each level. And then lore, which will also have an enchant format. So yeah. Yeah. It's a nice soft theme, you know? It's not light mode, it's not dark mode technically, but you know, it's like it's not hard on the eyes in my opinion. Okay, what should we work on next? Obviously we haven't tested the Omni tool, and I think we need to check if their inventory has an Omni tool. And if not, we need to add it when they join. So just go Omni tool and we'll say go up here, static boolean has Omni tool, player inventory, player get inventory, inventory contents. It's an item stack. Get contents, right? So does this have nullable items in it? No, it doesn't look like it. Wait, nullable item stack, not null. Individual items may be null, so yeah. Continue. Final item meta, item get, item meta. And I think air can't have item meta. So we do that. Should be the same if equals material to air. There we go. Yeah. Let's return there. Just felt like getting that in. Because I'm pretty sure you can't call get item meta on air. So I'll also say get type dot is air up here. There you go. Actually, we could, instead of checking all this again, could just say if is omni tool item stack and return true. Otherwise, turn false. There we go. Okay. Okay, so yeah, has Omni tool. And then we need a listener for this. Omni tool first to join, or Omni tool join listener. Event handler public void player join event player if omni tool dot has omni tool. If they have the omni tool, in return. Otherwise, player dot inventory dot add item omni tool dot get default omni tool. There we go. So I'll give them a new omni tool if they don't have one in their inventory, and they rejoin. I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it. But who is gonna care about a new omni tool in terms of the economy of a server or a rare item, whatever, of a server, right? Who's gonna care about that? Now, my plan is to have all the data on the pickaxe or omni tool itself, and then have an option to lock the pickaxe or omni tool to the player's inventory as a way of not allowing trading. Yeah, so I think we'll do that. Omni tool. This is the lore format, and then we'll have lock pickaxe to inventory. True or false? And we'll say lock tool to inventory. I'm not going to lock it to a specific slot because I find that kind of annoying when I'm playing a server and it's locked in a slot. And it's a lot easier to check this way as well, I think. So there's that, and then we'll have an omni tool module. We're just gotta do this. Omni tool join listener. Like that. This should be the first one. Then update, and then we'll have another 4 omni tool lock listener. On this way, let's say of my train of thought. That's a good question. I could make comments or annotations, or I don't know. I normally have, or I usually have the general idea, at least for this project, I have the general idea of everything, like the common stuff and whatnot. But a lot of people use Trello, so you can use that as well. That's a good one. I just find it hard to manage a Trello and stay organized and all that. It's definitely a skill you'll need in the workforce, that's for sure, or the industry. But I'm sure in the industry you won't be the one managing the Trello and all that, or workflow board or whatever. Right, so get rid of this. Inventory click event. On inventory click. Get get current item or get cursor. Let's say current item in the click slot. So okay, we're not gonna lock it to a slot. But we will have, first off, I know there's an inventory move event. An inventory move. Move item event. Get item. Right. If omni-tool dot is omni-tool item, set cancel true. This should prevent it from moving or switching inventories. Tries to move an item directly from one inventory to another. Item will be returned to the source inventory if needed. Right. That should be fun. Obviously, we'll need to test all of this. Inventory move event. I think you'll need inventory click event for like if you click with number keys or your offhand maybe. I mean, who knows? We can test it out with this first, and then we'll come back to this, the inventory click event. For now, we'll just stick with the inventory move item event and call it there. Like I said earlier, I think I will test stuff either off stream or next time I'll find a way to also stream on Minecraft. I tried to earlier, but it wasn't really working, so I need to look into that more. There we go. So now we have our listeners being registered. We have a lot of the omni-tool stuff done. Right, besides gaining XP for the pickaxe and leveling it up. Well, I feel obviously you should test all the time, right? Like pretty standard thing to do, for part of the best practices. I should test, honestly, but right now there's not much to test, really, you know? Once I get everything more set up, like maybe I can make a command to set the pickaxe level, and I can test it that way. Because right now we don't have like a level up system for it. And we also need to do, I feel like we should get mines up as well. We can work on mines actually. I think that could be fun. I've done mines a couple times. Packet based mines though are another thing. This has been a pretty long stream though, to be fair. Right, we need to actually, before we just lock it, we need to actually check if it is locked. Forgot about that. Listeners, lock listener. Alright. I don't want to do this. I think we'll do it in the module here. Maybe. Or maybe I will add this afterwards. Because if I was to keep it there, immutable object is modified. Okay. There you go. If I was to add it, maybe final. Okay, well then now it's, oh, immutable object. Okay, relax. Okay, whatever. If I was to add this here, in this list up here, and then I was to add a constructor with a getter for the config stuff and a reload method, then it would error out because the config wouldn't have a value at the point up here. So we could do it that way, or we can simply check each time, but I don't know. I think it'd be better in here. Or we can simply say, we simply have this, right? Private boolean lock is locked. And we say is locked equals true, right? And then we can say public void on reload and not call this method in the constructor. Okay, final config equals omnitool module get omnitool YML is locked equals config options get boolean, and I want lock omnitool to inventory, and we'll default it to true. Yep, okay. There we go. And now we can put this back in there. Actually, we can't. Or we can make our own listener class with a reload method. We could do that. I think that could. It could be alright. I don't know. I mean, it'll be alright, but I mean, I don't know if we should do that. So I can't just call the reload method on this one listener, since it's in this list. All this just to avoid making a member field for it. You know what? Why not? Right? Movements listener. We can make this an interface probably, and then it extends. Reload that. Okay, and we can go down. We can say Astra listener down here. Astra listener. Implement methods. Doesn't need anything in this one. Okay, move this above there. So there we go. Should still work as a normal listener. I'll just leave it like that. Lock listener. And the last one being this one. There we go. That's all good. Now, it's a little ridiculous in my opinion, but you can go here. Listener on reload. There you go. Good enough. I think that's fine. And then here, after everything else is reloaded, we could say listeners for each unreloaded. This can be condensed. Okay, cool. All right. I solved that conundrum. Right. Before I finish and move on, if is not turn. There we go. I think that's a good compromise here. Okay, what next? I think we can work on... Maybe we should work on some utilities. Like items. Item builder. Okay. Normally, I use an item builder to create items from a config file that has a specific format. But do I want to make my own material class for like a box type thing, or like a wrapper? I don't know. Let's do it. All right. Final. Okay, so it should have string material string. Okay. So actually, do I even want this? Okay, how does this work exactly? How does this function? Trying to remember how I did it before. Private first off. Template variable. Let's say nullable. If material string contains this and material string contains this, and template variable equals material string substring. This should be string equals dot substring between this and this. No, this should be the actual string first. There we go. So it'll be the template variable, if there is one. Otherwise it's null. Sure. Okay. The material string is just going to be the material string. We will make public static final material not null default material static default material equals material dot stone. There we go. Template replacement. We'll say nullable here. Okay, so this might be a little confusing, but essentially I'm making stuff to build items from a config file, and in the config I want to be able to say item equals, or material is, and then have like a variable. So like, if I wanted, I could say material is mine material. So like each mine in a GUI will have its different display icon or whatever. So I could do that, and then that will be a template item. This is what this is for. But yeah, let's just say down here, stack, not null, and not null. Build, return build null. And we need the layer as well. Actually, it can be nullable. And then, of course, another one. And this needs to be changed. Here we go. And actually, play with that. There we go. Okay. So then we'll do null checks for those in here. And build it. Try, and we'll say material equals material dot value of material string catch illegal argument exception material equals default material. First, I think if template variable equal null or equals null, I should say. Actually, I'll put this in the else. Okay, this will be, actually, this doesn't even need to be in an else statement. I just need to string material string, right? So if template variable is not null, okay, you know what? I don't even need template variable. This is just getting ridiculous, right? I don't need this either because this is, I'm doing it way differently than I normally would. Normally the purpose of this is to not allow invalid materials to be passed in, but you know, we have a default material, so it should be fine. It's not equal null, then material string equals template replacement. Otherwise, not null string material string. Again, put this as not that. Okay, material string, done, item stack, new item stack, sorry, material. There we go. And we will say player. So we need dependencies. Okay, make private static line. Get plugin manager, get plugin, placeholder API, equal null. Okay, or we could just check every time, but I don't know. I think that's not very fun. String input, final nullable player. If player is null, and return input or as placeholder API. There we go. Placeholder API. Let's set placeholders player input return public static not null list of strings parse string input final null player player is null or as placeholder API turn input turn placeholder set placeholder input player but there we go. Okay, that is all done. We just need to go into my main class here. Load, and we need to go ahead and reload. Unreload for all the modules there. Module manager on disable, and up here, module manager on enable. And we already have on load ready to go. Okay, so this will be no string material where okay. Okay, so this okay. Player's not null, we don't need to actually check for that. Just use a parse material string player. There you go. Cool. Okay, we can go into here, say, to replace player, okay, and for that, Then oh, maybe I should do it. Nah. Place. Sorry, string. Then get name. Right. We should actually do string username. We should do that, right? Add that turn player parse 3. Just can go that. We do. There you go. Should move that there. Okay, it should be good. Although I don't like that it still through, but it should be fine. Especially since we're not using that here. Actually, maybe we will just remove that from here. We'll just keep it simple for this. Hope it doesn't do it every time. And we'll rename this to material utils. And we'll rename build to parse. Okay, so first off, if material string, I can actually move this down. Okay. Starts with that. Now I move this down there. Then we need another box up here. And database utils. We can name it CB utils. Okay. So let's set boolean. Let's hit database. Set which one? Not sure what you mean. It's noble. Although I don't think we actually need this, we could just pass in the actual, we could just pass it in as a string, so this is pretty redundant itself. No, you're good. I should have got rid of that anyways. It kind of, the whole entire template replacement thing was redundant, since we're just passing in the string anyways. Right. Static void on reload. as database equals bucket click file manager. Yes. Of a private static head database API. API equals head database API. Else API equals null. You can actually just say right here, make it look better. Um, well, right now this isn't. This is just another plugin head database. For my actual database, I'm not sure. I've never actually used ORM, so I'll have to look into that. Okay. Okay. HTTP URLs. Yes, here. Right. Um. So yeah, so what I'm doing here is I'm checking if they have a database, the plugin, and the material that they configured starts with HTTP dash and then a number behind it, and then I'm getting the number and I'm passing it into the head database's API to get the specific head with a custom texture from that ID. And head database gets all of its heads from minecraft-heads.com as well. So we have that, and then I also want to add like basic C4 support or texture support as well, but I think I'll do that another time. Yeah, I would say so, but really I've done this like many times. In fact, I actually got burnt out making plugins just because of how many times I've redone GUIs. And this exact same item builder class that I'm doing. I really should make a library for it all. I just, as I said, I got burnt out, so I didn't really want to make a library for it. but we'll see if I make a library for it. Maybe I'll make a library on stream for it, and then use that here. Because GUIs aren't actually very complicated. It's the complication comes when you implement like click actions and the item builder. It's just a lot. And Lucas helper library, yeah. I don't think I haven't seen his helper library, but I've used his Commodore library before. And I would use a GUI library, but I used to use inventory framework a really long time ago, and I just didn't. There were some things that it didn't have that I wanted, and eventually, after I learned my own GUI stuff, it wasn't really necessary in my opinion. I don't typically like to use very many libraries when I know that I can do something myself, so I should try to stick with that. Alright, public item builder. Make this not null. Set material. Stream material. Materials, material, return this. No item builder. Set material. No material. Material. Set material equals material dot name. Return this. Item builder. Set custom model data. Not int custom model data. The OmniTool stuff I haven't done tons of times. I've just been kind of working with items for so long and config files so long that I just kind of know how it will pan out for the most part. But obviously, you know, so I test everything. No item builder. Yeah, that is correct. I already have that implemented for levels. Each level has a custom model data thing here, as well as the material. And I'm pretty sure that I implemented that in the code. I might not have. Update, yeah, set custom model data. So every time it levels up, you have the option in the config for each level to change its material and its item custom model data, as well as the display name and color of the specific level. I should make this nullable if we'll not the final result, but I have an idea of how I want the mines to function and the uh kind of the enchants, not really. Like I know how enchants typically work, but I haven't done those yet. I've done mines before as well, like with a selection wand and a menu to make them in game and stuff. But yeah, obviously I still have to make that stuff. Item builder. Add more. More. Stream. More. If this top was no. Stop more. Add all. It's okay. Okay. I am muting my mic a little bit sometimes because my family got home and they're a bit loud. And they're not really good at privacy, so they might just barge in my room, so fun stuff. Because we have set war, add war, and add war. And also, you do this as well. Turn set war, list of war. There we go. Okay. Now we need a build item, a build method. Yes, thank you. I try and keep it all standardized, I guess. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this inside the if statement, like all nested, but I guess more readable, right? Actually, here we go. Set item meta. There we go. Okay, that's our build method. Although I do want to support PDC a bit later on, so we'll have more methods for that probably next stream. A lot to do up here. And XQC4 school support player specific hip support. There we go. We'll do all those later. So we have our items, we have these. Let's go ahead and add some menus or basic menu implementation right now. Extra menu implements inventory holder, the methods, private inventory, public Astra menu, inventory equals public create inventory. This will have a size, all that. We'll have YAML config. We'll have nullable. And menus will be their own file. So size. Title. Okay. Actually, you know what I would rather do? I'd rather just not do this. Instead, do it all down here, like I normally do. Right. This is much easier, in my opinion. Inventory, bucket, create inventory this, and just like that. Okay. Up here, private int size, private string title, and then size, config options, get int. Size 54. Title, config options, get string title. Let's menu like that. Size, title, turn inventory, and we'll add items here to the inventory based on the player passed in as well. So we will do private map integer item builder items. So I might actually change this as well. So instead of storing them by slot, we'll just store a list of item builders. Except this time we'll have menu item extends an item builder. Right. And then this will have set integer of slots. This can't be final. So just do that. Public. Okay, let me go back here and change something I did over here. Turn this. And otherwise, that. And actually inverted, so not equals null. So let's put this up here. And then put this down here. There we go. Okay, obviously this isn't something you can do. Maybe all yourselves slots? No? Really? This is getting ridiculous. At all. Why? Wait, what is... Okay, really? Alright, this clearly has a problem with everything, so... Can't we just do like set.of? Set slots. Okay, really? What is your... Okay. This is annoying. This is very different from a list, obviously. Integer. There you go. Sheesh. Okay. Sets, gets... Okay, now we need to add. Add slots, because why not? I'm probably not going to use all these, but it's like... It's more like for API purposes or something, I guess. Add all slots. And we could just say there. And we can actually go up here. I don't know why I didn't just do this before, but turn set slots. Slots, right? There we go. set and add for slots, and we have get slots, and we should have, since this is a menu item, or actually since all of these are meant to be used from a config, we should use a constructor with a config pass in. Item builder, not no YAML config. So, I mean, your path. Sorry, key. I'll do final if key ends with dot. Key plus equals dot. Okay. Now, material equals config options get string key plus material, and we'll do stone as the default, or we will do actually material use dot default material dot name. There we go. And then custom config options get int key plus custom auto data 0. Display name equals config options get string key plus display name null or equals config options get string list key plus lore, and we are gonna make our own method here, our own class, utility class for lists in config list utils. Public static not null or not nullable list string, right, from config YAML config not null string key. So final object O equals config options get key if O I, and we need a default final nullable list string def, right? Now we can add spaces out a little bit. If O instance of list turn config options get string list key. Otherwise, actually it should be if O is null, return def. There we go. And then otherwise return new array list, or actually I can say list of, I believe, new array list of history. The reason I'm doing array list because list of, I think, unmodifiable list. Yeah, returns an unmodifiable list. Okay, and then I will add a contract for this. No, there we go. So that way, if the default list that you pass in to return, if the config doesn't have the key you're searching for, it'll return not null if you don't pass null in for that. Speaking of which, public static nullable list string from config. YAML config final string key. Return from config key null. There we go. And this should carry over the contract from here, I believe. So now we're going to replace this with list utils from config key plus lower and pass in null as the default. There we go. And another reason I use this method is because, not only because of the default parameter, but because not only can you get a list from the config, you can also get a string as a list from the config. So like if I was to say list value here, right? And I have line 1, line 2. I could also just, if I only had one line, I could just replace this entirely and make it a string in the config, and it'll just return a list with this one string in it as well. So that's how also why I use that method. It's really helpful. So it could be a string, or it could be a list, or it could be, it's either a list or it's anything that is, you know, whatever. It will put it in the list as a string list. So we don't actually need to specify default null there because it will, this method specifies the default null. So we go, item builder and menu item. I want to have the config as well, not null, sorry, final, not null, no, config, final, not null key, super config key, right? And since we have the config, we can go ahead and pass in slots, which I'm going to make another utility class for. Let's call it like slot utils. So I could put in I could put in menus, but because we have menu item, it's in the utils package is my problem. Let's do here slot utils. Oh no, let's go back to this is final. This doesn't need to be final. List utils I want to make final. There we go. Slot utils will have static not null set integer from config not null YAML config not null string path, no, not path, key. And I also want to have final nullable set integer default, just like the other list utils method. And contract. Like that, okay. Okay, all right. Diff. So first off, we're going to get a list of slots from the config. Right, can't do that. If slot list is null, turn default. Right, this needs to be nullable. Okay. Oh, okay. Now, final set integer slots equal new hash set return slots, right? Slot list for each. Really, never seen what before the contract or this list is a string list, right? So string if string contains that, we'll say int min equals yeah, it has other uses as well. It has there's something with pure mutates. I'm not too sure how it all works. I just know that this string here, which should be, I don't know which parameter that, okay, yeah, the value here. I just know that what this does. That's about it. I don't know about pure or anything. It's really handy for your IDE because if you pass in, because it's nullable, so if you were to use this method and you were to pass in null here, it'll say, oh, this could be null, you gotta null check it. But if you don't pass null right here, then it won't warn you about it might being null. So that way you can have it nullable if you pass null in here, or not null if you don't pass null in there. Okay, right, if string contains, then string min string max string min string equals string substring. No, I think it's is there a string before? No. Oh right, I know what I do. String split equals string dot split. This okay. Min string equals split 0. We don't actually need this stuff. We could do min max. Put that below. Try min equals integer parse int min split 0. I mean which number max exception e. Let's say return. And I guess we'll just put max in there as well. I wanted to do them separately so I could at least add one, but it's fine. There we go. So now for int I equals min, I less than max I plus plus, and we should do equals so it's inclusive. And now slots dot add I. Okay. So then if it doesn't contain a dash or a hyphen in it, then we can do just try slots dot add integer parse int string catch number format exception ignored, so that way it'll just loop and move on to the next loop. So there we go. We can actually say if it does not contain, and then put you in here, and then return, and then have all this outside. Be a little less, but a little bit less nesting there. So this will loop through the slot list we got from the config, and then it'll convert every string from that string list into an integer. And if the string contains a dash, then it'll do min max. And actually, we should check if it even has a length of 1 as well. If split length is less than 2, right, then return, and first off, slots add min. There we go. So now if the minimum is an integer, it'll add that if it doesn't have a maximum input. This is handy for when you're making a menu and you have like contents here. You say like filler, you have material, gray stained glass pane, right? And then you have slots. And then you have like, you could do 0 through 36 or 53, or like just like this will work. This will fill a whole container or inventory. Or you could do like slots 0 through 9 or 0 through 8, slots, you know, whatever is like 46 through 53 or something. least it would be 45 through 53. So you can have the top and bottom rows only glass panes, you know. It's really helpful without having to add tons of different integers. So that's why I use this. And then we'll have another method here. That will just return from config key null. There we go. And we can collapse this as well, since there's not as many parameters. Okay. Great. So now that we have that method, all we need to do is say slots equals slot utils from config key plus slots. And actually this needs the same check if key ends with dot. Maybe it doesn't. Then key plus equals dot, right? There we go. Great, now we have a way to get the slots as well. So now we can do a list, private list menu item. We'll just say items. So now that we have that list, we can go ahead and loop through it. Item builder, or menu item, final item stack item, new item dot build, and then player. And player, this build method has player nullable, so it already checks if the player is null. And then menu item slots, get slots for each. Actually, this is nullable, isn't it? Should be. No, actually, it's not, because I have it return an empty set if it's null. We'll mark that so I remember. For each slot inventory set item slot item. There we go. And now our inventory is populated whenever we decide to populate this list. And that's the whole basic inventory done. We don't have any click actions or anything. We don't have a listener for clicking on any item in the inventory yet either, to prevent them from taking items from it or putting items in. But this is our basic setup here. Oh, nullable config. Right. Public Astra menu. You know what? Let's just not make it. Let's just have menus only be made through a file. Because we're not making a project to allow other people to hook into just to make menus. This isn't even part of the API. I haven't even made an API module yet. Size can be final, sure, tail. Private final, list of items, right. Okay, and actually we can populate this right now. Final configuration section, config options, get configuration section, contents. If section is null, return, otherwise section get keys false for each key. Items.add new menu item config key, and is that it? Yeah. Config key plus dot. This one not. There we go. Now our items list is populated. Really easy stuff there. Right, this is deprecated because title should be a component. Speaking of which, final string t, not final, equals title, right? And now We'll go ahead and say it's the other way around, of course. Okay, so now that parses player placeholders in the inventory title name, and we want what else? I think that's it actually. So we could just remove this and put it here. God dang it. Title player. There we go. And now obviously I'm gonna go ahead and minimize this a bit. We could minimize this a bit, or just a little bit. Or I can say you, and then you like this. Yeah, I think. I don't know. Formatting small things like this is a little annoying. Let's do that. And then, yeah, why not? Okay, first up, actually, we need to make sure the size is within valid constraints. Int s equals that. Size equals s. If s percent 9 not equals 0, s equals s minus equals s percent 9. That should get it down to a divisible number of 9. And then first off, actually, s equals math dot min 0 s, or that should be max, actually. S equals math dot min 54s. There we go. So first off, it'll set it within these constraints, and then it'll make it a divisible number by 9. Hopefully. And then it'll set size to s. Okay. This looks good for now. There's gonna be a lot more to add to it. I think we'll do that another time then. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 36 minutes. I think it's a good amount of time to stream for. I can lambda there. Let me just do this. See? Okay. Cool. We got a lot more progress done today. Namely, a little bit of inventory utilities, item creation utilities, shown config. We have our Omni tool progress here. A lot of it, I'll say. Yeah, there we go. We have a lot of it set up here as well to actually load in the Omni tool module as well. Build.gradle. If you're interested in seeing that, this is our main build.gradle. We have implementation on the common project and our OmniTool module. And all of our logic, that's similar between each module is stuffed in this Gradle plugin that we made in the build FRC folder right here. And that has our paperweight plugin, Java plugin, sets the group inversion for each one. Then it has our placeholder API and Maven Central repository, as well as our test implementations, our paperweight dev bundle, our placeholder API and head database API dependencies. And it has our test stuff and our job toolchain version. So that is being set automatically for every other module build.gradle. So that way our submodules only need very small things, like the plugin and the common dependency, common module dependency. Okay. So all looks good. And I'm not sure why, but I always feel like, despite everything I know, and despite how clean I think all this looks and how well I think it's going, there's always a project that's made way better than what I can do. Like look perms, for instance. Like there's definitely still that next level I've definitely not reached. So personally, I've still a long way to go, I would imagine. But this isn't terrible in any capacity, I would say. Hopefully. I definitely made worse than this. Okay. Yep. I think that's everything. Thank you all for tuning in, those who have. We've got a lot of activity actually in the chat today. A lot of viewers. And a lot of chatting to, you know, it's always nice to chat about code and stuff. So, yeah, great stream in my opinion. It's only my second one on this channel, really. I haven't streamed in years, or I haven't streamed any coding before. So, yeah, it's been fun. And not sure when I'll stream again. Maybe a couple days. I don't really have a schedule or anything, but yeah, I will post again in Cortex the live stream link, which I have to delete after the stream is over, and I will I'll ping in. I'll make a new notification role for my Astra Prison Discord server for live stream pings. So if anyone who's in here wants to get notified when I go live again, I'm sure YouTube will notify you if you subscribe and stuff. But also I will ping in the Discord, and you can join my Discord. It's linked in the description, and it's also, you can use !Discord in the chat. Should also work, but it's just astra.fable.dev. It's a Discord specific for Astra Prison. I also have a discord.fable.dev, but it's a little more loose for various different plugins and projects. So I don't really use it that much anymore. Yeah, I think that's everything. So again, thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.